How about that? Good evening, Carl. We started this stream just at the right time. There's already a train. It's just about here, first one. How's that for timing? Not even 2 minutes in and already have a train coming.
Train calling mainline on 70.
Well, that's a good start. Carl says BNSF. Hey, Trainman Ray, how you doing? Well, there you go. 5 minutes, not even 5 minutes in, and we already got one train. I'd say that's a good start. And now it appears we have all reds, all directions. So now we get to play the waiting game.
Calling the mainline on 70.
By the way, did you guys happen to hear on the radio when that train was going by? Because you said grain train calling the main line or whatever. Did they happen to say what their ID was? Did anyone catch that? Because I could not hear when the train was going by, but right before the train went by, I heard him say grain train calling. I was just curious if he said the ID or not. I seen a freight train in Ireland on Monday. Really? I thought you said, told me one time they don't run them, or is it they just periodically run them? Hey, yo, Daniel, how you doing? We're not even 5 minutes in and already caught one train, a grain train. Nothing crazy on it. I think it had 2 Gevos and then I think it was an ST-75. I think that's what it is. Wait, 90. Okay, the third locomotive was BNSF 9362. Didn't I just catch that on the Hinckley a couple days ago? 9362. Oh, really? Yeah. Huh. The third locomotive on that grain train was on the Superior Northtown that I caught on the Hinckley back on Tuesday. So I was on the Soup Northtown back on Tuesday, and then today, Saturday, it was going east on grain train. Same exact number. Hey Mac, how you doing? I'm doing good. Jordan, the train man, and I, we both caught Chad yesterday on the Dilworth Northtown in Big Lake. Had 7 locomotives on it. And then he commented on a Facebook post I made about it where he said that the 5 of the locomotives that he had in that consist, they were not running. They weren't running at all. Power move? Yeah, kind of, sort of. It was a long merchandise train, but yeah, 7 locomotives. I did ask him about that power being for Northtown. I don't know if he's responded back or not. Has anyone seen the big boy steam engine? Back in yep, I was just gonna say the same thing, Daniel. Back in 2019, when they ran it up the Hinckley sub. That is a beautiful, beautiful engine. That thing shakes the ground when it goes by. I saw a lot of EMDs in Elk River. Well, that's no surprise. That's pretty common. Northtown GFD, MIN Northtown, and Northtown passed last Thursday in Elk River Station. Elk River Station is a good one. Jay Leno is in Iowa seeing it. The big boy. Well, Jay Leno likes his cars, his classic cars. It wouldn't surprise me if he likes classic locomotives. Anything classic, right? Grain train keeps calling and nobody's answering. All over the news. Well, I guess if anyone's a big Jay Leno fan, they're going to be flocking to Iowa to see him. Just realized I need to get my phone plugged in. Didn't realize it was that dead. There we go. That should be good. Hey, Train Fan 2012. How you doing? Let's see here. What was I doing? Oh, I know. While we're waiting for the next train, I'm gonna take some time really quick to just go and share that we are live. If you want to, feel free to. I'll just periodically poke up and see if see a signal change. And then I'll check the comments and stuff when done sharing this.
Signal indication in the MYL.
Big boy's coming to your town on Monday. Sweet, so you don't have to go far to see it. It's kind of nice when they just come, you know, trains come to you. You don't have to go to them. Like, what's that saying? Barely an inconvenience. By the way, any of you Minnesota people watching, do you guys, well, maybe any of you that follow baseball too, anyone know if the Twins are playing at all today? Are we gonna see like a game North Star? Because normally if there's a game, there'll be like a North Star train or concert or whatever. So I'm just curious. Are we gonna see a North Star today or not? You don't think so? Okay. Oh, we got a yellow now. So it's no longer red, so we're gonna turn this way. Jeez, we might have something coming from this direction. Well, good. Hopefully the trains will just be a little spaced out, you know? Tom Oaks, 6:15 p.m., Twins at Kansas City. Okay. So they're not playing here at home. So we shouldn't expect to see any North Star. So Twins are playing in Indianapolis. Saturday. Oh. Well, hopefully the Twins do good. I heard they've actually been doing pretty decent this year. Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah, Independence. Sorry.
West up on 70.
My screen is really dark, so... And even looking at my iPad, I can only get it so bright. So it's hard to kind of... Sox fan. Hey, that's fine. That's fine. Suburb of KC. Kaufman Stadium, Missouri side. Hey, you know your baseball. I got you. Yeah, thanks. It's like there's not many clouds. Like there's a few like really light clouds up high, but that's it. So I just got straight up sun coming down, and then you know when the phone gets a little warm and stuff, then it darkens the screen. That's kind of what's going on here. And then, of course, the little chat thing on the phone is small, so it doesn't make it fun when you're trying to read it. That's why I get my iPad out to read it on there. But then I gotta hold the thing, and I think I'm just complaining at this point. Oops, sorry. Did not mean to do that. Still got a solid yellow. Gophers versus Rhode Island. You're talking about our Minnesota Gophers, right? Because I don't, if that's the college football, I don't know much about college football. I've been to Independence many times in high school for sports tournaments. Oh, cool. I can't wait for the Irish to take over American sport. What? Yep, football. Yeah, I'm happy football season's starting up again. Okay, now we have a flashing yellow. So we got somebody coming from the west, the way that we're currently looking. By the way, we have 10 viewers. Hit that like. Hit it, tap it. I wouldn't recommend punching it. If you got a pet, get your pet to put a paw on it. I don't know. I'm trying to think of something interesting. Canadian football started ending of June. Football all summer, now hockey. I didn't know that Canada, that their football season was different than in America. Well, actually, to be honest, I really didn't know that Canada had football. Now, hockey, that's understandable. That it's like in Minnesota. Minnesota loves their hockey, loves their Wild. I don't know the first thing about hockey. Except for you're on ice, you hit a black puck into the goal, try to get it past the dude that blocks like most of the goal. You gotta try to get it past him or her. Depends on which hockey you're watching. That's really all I know. American sports are boring? Ouch. Started as a rugby league. Okay. Rugby, I've actually kind of taken a little bit of an interest in rugby. That sport, though, that's all really physical, and I don't think they really wear much for like padding. And it's kind of similar to football, but a lot more hands-on and a lot crazier. And I think that's why rugby is interesting. It's like football, but a little more intense. Alex says, I just want to say good luck to all the teams are playing football and hockey. Bud Grant coached the Winnipeg Blue Bombers and 6 Grey Cups, winning 4 of them before being the Vikings coach. Yeah, Bud Grant he's kind of a Legend. They don't. No padding. Yeah, that's what I thought. No padding. Aren't they wearing like shorts and short sleeve too? If the Bombers win today against the Saskatchewan Rough Riders, our current coach, Mike O. Seambras, breaks Bud Grant's win record in Winnipeg. Oh, man. Would it be mean of me to say that? I hope they don't win. Sorry. Crazy with how cool it felt this morning. Now without there hardly being any wind, that sun actually is warm. Even though you guys seeing, hang on, I'll read your comment just a little bit, but you guys seeing what I'm seeing? Got a bunch of clouds down there. So we might have some clouds roll in, which I wouldn't be too opposed to that. And we got a white puffy one that went up over here. We actually got a few white puffy clouds going up around here now. So it might start getting cloudy a little bit, which I'm not terribly too opposed to it. Riders and Bombers are like the Vikings and Packers of the CFL. It's getting broken either way. All right. Yeah, that rivalry between the Vikings and the Packers, that's a pretty... it can be a good friendly rivalry, but it can get nasty at times. But it's good fun, though. Anytime one or the other sees each other, yeah, you make it known. See, that's what I love about these streams. Doing these streams, I have learned more. What the? I don't know what my radio just did. What was I saying? Oh yeah, doing these streams, I have learned more about Europe in general, Ireland and Canada in just these past year of doing these live streams than I've learned my entire life. From those of you who live in Canada, Ireland, and over in Europe and stuff that come on here and talk about how your railroads work or how your way of life is over there. Yeah, just from you guys, I've learned more than I've ever learned. I'm surprised no airplanes there.
M Staples, northbound, calling Hump Yard Master. Over.
Okay, that train that's coming is an M Staples Northtown? Is that what he said? Yeah, I know. I'm surprised there hasn't been any planes yet either. Normally we do, right? We usually have a few planes that fly over. Usually they're just private ones, you know, that somebody owns, but... like the little single-engine planes. Are the clouds to the north of you trying to figure out which direction is which? Oh, currently, Tom, I'm looking... like, if I look this... I'm basically looking to the west. So the clouds are to the west of me. And the reason I'm looking to the west is because there's a train coming from the west based upon the signal flashing. Scanner freaking out. Yeah, I know. I don't know what the heck happened to it. It was just going crazy, and it said something like, hit some key and something about a call or whatever. I don't know. I can't even do that on this radio, at least that I'm aware of. Metrolink, how you doing? Hi, Real. Did you heard NJT released another heritage unit? That is the Conrail. Yes, I saw. Oh, I see our train. Hi.
M Staples, northbound, calling Hump Yard Master. Over.
Our train just came around. Yeah, I literally saw a video of it on Instagram last night, I think it was. Saw a video about it. Yeah, they're pumping out heritage units left and right. Alright, once this train goes by, I'll see what you guys say, because I saw there were a few other comments, but we got a train. Not bad. Our last train was about a half an hour ago. So that's nice. Had a nice little gap in between, and now this one, and we'll see how big the gap is between the next one.
West Dispatcher 7. I'll have to get back to you. I'll probably be going R9, but my release here, I'll let him make the decision. Currently, the switch tender screens are all down, so it'll be a little while. All right, we'll be standing by here.
Oh, that's why they're not. That's why these last two trains, they keep call. Normally they call when they get near Ramsey is usually when they call. And lately they've been calling up to this point. Well, that explains why if their screens are down. All right, let's see what you guys are all saying.
Mainline your master answering. Grand Forks BRC, you'll be a mainline town change roll at Alphonse on duty.
Minnesota and Manitoba essentially have almost the same history. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that one. I agree with that statement. Thank you. Trying to understand which way is which as the train's rolling by. Oh yeah, understandable. So that train that just went by, that's an eastbound. So now I'm currently looking more towards the east. East or kind of southeast-ish. And for this line, that would be considered an eastbound. America needs more passenger trains and less freight? Well, no, we need the freight because we have such a huge landmass. There's a lot of land that needs to be covered to get things from all the major cities. And that's why we need all that freight. We have plenty of passenger because Amtrak is basically covers, you know, what needs to be covered. And that's not an issue. And then we have...
I'm switch calling the unit train on the receiver.
And then we have little commuter trains like the North Star that runs through here.
Yeah, never mind. See you're pulling there.
Or you've heard of Metrolink. There's the Metrolink. You know, there's... So we have plenty to cover the passenger, but we need these freight trains.
All right, have a good one.
We need the freight trains. We need the stack trains because, one, it gets all the stuff around our country, and it gets it...
West up on 70.
And it takes care of our imports and exports coming into the country and going out to other countries. Or like the grain trains that go and, you know, bring stuff up to like our line.
Signal indication. West up 6095 over, or excuse me, 6945 over.
Freight should...
6945, we're still waiting for instructions.
Oh, we got a flashing yellow now.
Okay, I'll bring them guys over on
the
main
closer
one and,
track.
Around you there to the tunnel then. All right, sounds good. Thanks.
We got another train coming from this way, guys.
Let me know when you get landing instructions and we'll get...
They're,
All right, we'll do. Thank you.
they're talking about them right now. So we're going to have a train coming this... Oh, my... Gosh. I don't know what the heck's up with my radio today. All right, so we're going to have a train now on the closer track. So I'm going to move over a little bit because I don't want to be right next to the track when he goes by. Carl, we don't want freight to run at night. Or else if the freight ran at night, that train we just caught, we wouldn't see that one. And then any other trains that might be coming if they're freight, we wouldn't see those. So it'd actually be kind of boring. And they don't get in the freight. You know, that stuff doesn't really get in the way of anything, especially when you got thousands of miles of land and then you got a couple trains that go around, you know, a couple hundred trains. 1,000, I guess, 1,000. A couple thousand trains. And it's a system that they've been doing for decades. So, it, you know, everyone's used to it. Oh, there goes our ambulance for the stream. Got a car over there. They got the music going. Oh, there goes an airplane, guys. Wasn't one of you just asking about that, saying there haven't been any airplanes yet? That's better. You're watching a Minnesota airport stream. Oh, cool. MSP, I would assume. Oh, there's a live cam overlooking MSP now. Oh, cool. Minnesota St. Paul International Airport. Say that 10 times fast. Minnesota St. Paul International Airport. What that white thing is. Okay, now we have a solid green on this closest track. And I haven't looked back for a little while since I said there was a flashing yellow, so I don't know how long it's been green for. I just literally turned around and saw the green. Also, there's a channel that will do live streams at the airport. You mean like just a YouTuber that kind of does like what I do? Just go there, set up a thing and do a live stream? Or you mean like they like constantly have a cam going? Or they do like what I do, go there for a few hours and just video airplanes? What do they call that? Planes, trains, and automobiles? And they all go hand in hand. Alright, here comes our next train. Just came around the curve. Couldn't tell, looked like it had a few locomotives on it. But I couldn't tell how many. It's kind of hazy down there a little bit. So our next train should be here in like a minute or so. Daniel, I'll check out your comment after this next train goes by, because that's a long one. Hey.
Stop 640. What's your GTB number? You got 2327. I don't touch. Get more, some more lights out on this side.
Man, 3 trains in under an hour. Alright, let's see what you guys are all saying. That's nice though, 3 trains so far. Hasn't even been an hour. Let's see here. MN cam constantly had a cam going there. You can go to the site and change the camera views set by defaults. Then the channel airport will do a live stream when the with graphics and replays. Oh, cool. Has a very good stream. Okay. Hey, Robert, how you doing?
On the Grand Forks BRC. Good. Power supplies on that.
I don't know. Did you make it for that train, by the way?
Need water. Alright, we'll be in salt.
Oh, I'm doing great. Already caught 2 trains. Hasn't even been an hour yet. 1 grain train and 2 merchandise trains. And then 1 airplane and 1 ambulance. Yeah, it is. It is good. And of course, there's no commuter rail running, so they don't have to hold trains back and wait for those commuters, because those commuters always seem to get, when they're running, they're on a time schedule. So they get priority kind of during a certain time. When I've been out here like on Fridays doing this, like you could go an hour or 2 not catching any trains except for commuters, because they try to get all of them through. And then they might sneak 1 or 2 trains through. But today, since the Twins, they're not playing and there's no basically nothing going on in Minneapolis today, there is going to be no commuters. So it's just all going to be BNSF stuff. But seeing that signals are not lit up and they're not talking about it, it might be quiet for a little bit now. Until we possibly have something come out or come through or whatever. Which is understandable. You get an hour of action and you gotta have a little bit of a break, right? Did I see a picture of the Blue Angels? Recently? If I did, I would have liked them. Give me 1 sec. Yep, I did, because I gave him hearts. Yeah, I saw him. Sorry, I couldn't remember. You see so many things that all get jumbled together. Blue Angels, by the way, I think we've seen them once, but I wasn't into taking pictures at the time. I want to see them again, because I want to get pictures of the Blue Angels. I've done the Thunderbirds plenty of times at NASCAR races. When we've gone there for the Daytona 500, I think twice, or yeah, they had the Thunderbirds would fly over. So I've seen the Thunderbirds plenty of times. Blue Angels, I think once, but never got any pictures of them because I wasn't into photography at the time. There's a little kid who wanted to watch him, and that was it. We get a lot of light engines. Yeah, you got lucky that those Blue Angels came as close as they did. I bet that sounded so cool too. Andrew, you put a video. Never mind. Video, by the way, does not do it justice. Doesn't matter what kind of camera you got. Seeing any of that kind of stuff in person is better than on video. Yeah, you did post a video. They're actually flying in like formation. Why are you stopping videos, Carl? Okay, that's cool. You can see Blue Angels. A couple days later, you can see Thunderbirds. And you can see F-35s all the time. Do you ever see any A-10 Warthogs at all? I want to see one so bad. I love the A-10s. They are a mean plane, but a awesome plane. Another one that'd be kind of cool to see too would be the Osprey. You know, the one that has the propellers that stick out and then they can move them up and down, you know, for when they're taking off and then they start flying. I always find the Ospreys are kind of cool. I lived on an air base when I was in the Marines, and I saw it all. Awesome. Well, Carl, don't stop just because nobody comments. Because I'll give videos occasionally where people do not comment. That's not a big thing. It's more because, you know, for people to comment, they gotta take the time to do it, and sometimes they just want to watch a video. So just post the video, and people are gonna watch it, and you just need to do it frequently enough that people will keep coming back. Make it entertaining, and, you know, put interesting things in there which will get people talking. If that's what you want is comments, you got to make it interesting so people start talking. So try different things, see what works, be consistent. That's the big thing, is consistency with doing it. Then you'll start getting that loyal core following that like watching your stuff, and then they'll start commenting because they really, really like what you're doing. You just got to find that little niche, you know? I was driving to Vegas one time, and all of a sudden, down the median between the freeway lanes, going about 300 miles per hour. What the? Eh? Yes, see, Daniel gets it. Views and subscribers you want. Okay, what was it that you saw? I don't think you put on here. I was driving to Vegas one time, and all of a sudden, down the median between the freeway lanes, at going about 300 miles an hour and 50 feet off the ground. Are you referring to an A10 or what? A10, F-35. Oh, come on. Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't that the biggest cargo plane the U.S. has? Isn't that the C-5? Because the big common one, I think, is the C-130, right? That's the more common one, like what the National Guard and stuff uses, because those fly over us all the time. But I think the C-5, though, that's the biggest one that the United States has. That's the one where they can fit, like, 2 Abrams tanks in there, 15, 16 Humvees in there, and 5 Blackhawks, I think. If you were to pick just one of those, you could do 2 M1 Abrams, or you can do 5 Blackhawks, and then, like, so many odd Humvees. Holy crud. Yeah, I know the C-130 is the most common one. No, what made me like the Osprey was when I was younger, when I finally was old enough to be allowed to watch the live-action Transformer movies. The opening scene from the 2007 movie is them flying over the desert in 2 Ospreys. And I just thought that was the coolest thing ever. And ever since then, I've always been a big fan of the Ospreys. Just that opening scene in that Transformers movie, just like, yep, I'm hooked. And then when they had the scene later on in the movie with the A-10s coming in and just dumping all these munitions on that one Decepticon or whatever, I thought that the A-10 was the coolest thing, because those things pack a punch. And the sound of the little puff gun on the front of it. And they always paint the shark teeth on them, make me look even more mean. So yeah, thanks to that movie, I became a big fan of the A-10s and the Ospreys really quickly.
Hey, before you walk all the way back here, I'm going to touch this board real quick and see if
Well, that's cool. Why would an Osprey fly over whenever the president came? If you don't mind me asking, did they carry certain military people or something in it, or? Or is it for like a security thing or something? F-16s? Isn't the F-16 a little bit older though? Because the F-35, isn't that our newer plane? Our newest fighter? Or are they like an F-40 something? I haven't kept up with the fighters very much. Oh, they fly above the motorcade. Huh, I never knew that. That's cool, though.
No luck.
AN 124 is the biggest in the world. AN 225, I believe it was before Russia destroyed her. What plane are you referring to, Daniel? Are you talking like just a cargo-like plane, or? I'm not familiar much with.
87 on the rear.
I'm not big with the Russian planes, except for like the MiG. I know that. Yeah, but we still have F-16s here. Well, hey, the U.S., if it still flies, they're going to use it as long as they can. Problem is, though, is with a lot of air defense systems these days, a lot of those older planes have a harder time, like with the A-10. Yeah, the A-10 packs a punch, but with, like, take Israel's Iron Dome, for example, the A-10 would be useless against that system. So that's what the A-10's meant for. It's meant for hit and run. But if you got a good air defense system, that hit and run is no good. That's why the fighter jets, you know, we can still use those because they can, a lot of those can outrun that kind of stuff. But an A-10, no. But I heard they were working on a super A-10 so that they'd have something that might actually be able to withstand it. You know, be able to keep up, or else the U.S. government might as well just scrap the whole A-10 project, like, completely, because why invest all that money into something that is no good unless you get into an area that has no air defense? That's my logic. Yes, Ukrainian. Oh, that's a Ukrainian plane? Oh. Huh. Oh. So it's a Ukrainian cargo plane then. Interesting. The U.S. would use bombers to take out the Iron Dome first, and then send in the A-10s. Yeah, I guess that, yeah, I didn't think about that. Especially since we got those stealth bombers. Look up AN 124 and AN 225. I also have videos on my phone, on my plane playlist on my channel. Oh, cool. Okay, I'm taking a screenshot of that. So after I'm done, I'm gonna go check that out. I'm gonna go look up though what a AN 124 is though. Oh, that. Wingspan is 240 feet. Length is 226 feet. Top speed and go is 537 miles an hour. Yeah, that's a big plane.
dispatcher on 7. Alright, Grand Forks BRC on the...
Hey, train rail fan, how you doing? Hey, having a picture, even if it's a bad picture, is better than nothing. Especially if something like that. The C5 is cool, so. Yeah, no, that's not a bad picture. Oh, I'm doing good. We've caught 3 trains already. Now we've kind of had a bit of a slow period. So, we've been talking about military airplanes. That's been the topic of this lull between trains. Oh, at least I got a chance to sit down. I was standing for an hour straight practically with the 3 trains that went by. It's always funny. Whenever we're in between, like there's a big gap between trains, we always get on some topic of some sort. Depends on what topic you guys start. That's how I judge it. I try not to start the topic. I try to let you guys start the topic. And this one was about military aircraft. both U.S. and then a little bit of, I guess you could call it Russian/Ukraine aircraft. I think the one said, though, that was more of a Ukrainian one. Still nothing, though. Signals are red all directions. And, oh, good, my radio's not dead. It's quiet, but not dead, so that's good. I helped load up a C-5 once when I was in the Marine Corps. You're lucky. What'd you do? Just put cargo in it, or did you put vehicles in it? Got 3 trains the other day at your dad's house. Anything good on it for power? Or, well, first off, what kind of trains? Are we talking BNSF, Union Pacific, CPKC, Canadian National, NS, CSX? Oh, NS and BNSF, cool. But the only thing I get is NS and BNSF. Hey, nothing wrong with that. I like seeing NS. NS is cool. They're black and white locomotives. Occasionally catch one of their heritage units. You ever caught an NS heritage unit? Only ever caught one, Fort Madison, Iowa. You don't remember, it was 30 years ago. That's understandable. You ever get to ride on a tank? I know you were in the Marines, but did you ever get to like go inside of one? Like when you were in the Marines? Or at least ride on top of one? You're working on getting one. Okay, alright. I'm assuming you wait till somebody gives you a heads up that one's coming, or... It was pretty huge on the inside. Yeah, those C5s are monsters. Awesome monsters, though. Oh, okay. Well, one day you'll get lucky. Because your chances of catching an NS heritage unit would be pretty high if that's what you see a lot of, is like NS and BNSF. Your chances would be pretty high because NS has quite a few heritage units. Even though with how quickly CSX keeps pushing out their heritage units, they're going to catch up real quickly. Because like somebody said earlier, CSX, they released another heritage unit. Was it Chessie, I think? Forget. Oh, was it Metrolink that said that? Yeah. Oh, Conrail. Never mind. Yeah, they released a Conrail unit. Oh, and get this. 3 weeks ago, I missed NS 911. Oh, the emergency unit? The emergency responder unit? Ouch. Okay. I hope I'm not putting any salt on the wound, but how much did you miss it by? Oh, a lot. Okay. I was gonna say, if you missed it by like a half an hour, man, that would hurt. That would just suck. Okay, yeah, yeah. Don't worry. When you miss ones like that, that means you're gonna when you finally do catch one, either it'll be something really, really special, or when you catch it, you'll be at like a really special location, or just something special will happen. Normally, if you miss stuff like that, it's building up for something great. That's the way I look at it. Like with those 25th anniversary BNSF locomotives, never caught one for the however many odd years they were out for. Never caught one, and then was on my track, the Hinckley sub, caught the, what was it, Superior North Town that came south. It had 7 locomotives. Was it 7? I think it was 7. Yeah, I think it had 7 locomotives on it. 6 on the front, 1 DPU. That's crazy for Hinckley sub. And one of the units in the mix was a 25th anniversary locomotive. Wasn't leading, but it was still the first, one I ever caught. So it was a really cool train, a long train, and it had it in there. Well, less than a week later, just actually a couple days later, I came out here to do a live stream, and Trevor, he showed up, caught a couple trains together, and one of the trains we caught was eastbound that came through here, and it had a 25th anniversary locomotive leading with an NS right behind it. So I went years of never catching a 25th anniversary locomotive to catching 2 in 1 week, or less than a week. 2 in less than a week. One was on a train with a crud load of locomotives, and then one was leading on the staple sub with an NS behind it, and gave us a horn show. So you just gotta be patient, and eventually you will catch one, and it'll probably be something grand that you won't forget for a long time. Just try to look at it that way. Then you won't, get down about it, I got another 25th anniversary at Minneapolis Junction last week with BNCP transfer. So, what do you mean by with? So it was on that, or was it, or did it just go by when you were getting the, man, I got an itch, getting the train? I keep missing other special ones. Hey, we all miss them. Like, there's been, what was it that a month or so ago, one of those new CSX heritage units came up here. That would have been cool to get, but it never came far enough up here. I forget, what was it on? Was it on the UP? Or was it on the CP? Any of you remember that, when that CSX heritage unit came up here? Anybody remember what that was on? Ouch. Hey Daniel, did you see my community post from, I think I might have posted it yesterday, but it might have been It might have been from Thursday of those 2 war bonnets that were on the Hinckley local. Did you see those pictures? Midway sub, 9.5. Only engine leading into Northtown. Oh. That day, by the way, when I caught that, those 2 war bonnets on the Hinckley local, which normally I do not go out of my way for the local, but you get 2 war bonnets on it, yeah, no, I'm not missing that. And then later that night, caught a Coke empty coming south, a UP one on the Hinckley, and it had UP 9000 leading it. That was kind of a, you know, it just being a nice even number like that, the start of the 9000 series. Yeah, made sure to catch that one too. So there was actually 2 good trains that had good power on them. It had to have been Thursday. Yeah, it was Thursday. Yeah, Thursday. So I would have posted the pictures yesterday. So if you haven't seen them, you might want to go take a look at them. It was good lighting for both of them. Okay. Sorry, I was looking up. I'm trying to watch these signals. Oh yeah, I saw the post you did about 9,000. Okay, yeah, it was the same post since it was both the 2 trains on the same day.
This is Westtown Dispatcher on 70, over.
Like, I might as well post them.
Yep, got a note of that. Got one ashore right now, getting ready to come out, waiting for one to get by. It'll just be a few minutes where I get you down there, over. One going by and one in. Yep, I'll let you know when to come down to the creek, over. West.
I think they might be talking to a train on the Hinckley. By the way, I've been catching a lot on the Hinckley sub lately. Like, I have such a...
Here we go, 351. I'll get you down off the Hinckley at least, over.
Oh, there you go. That's right.
Westtown Dispatcher on.
Alright, so there's a CP train pulling off the Hinckley. But no, I've been catching a lot on the Hinckley. I got such a backlog of videos right now. Like, you guys have seen it. Look at the dates. They're like from a month ago. I'm trying to get caught up. It's like, just when I think I'm getting caught up, then there's something else that pops up, and... I saw the ATSF-9s at Dayton's Bluff a lot, but I'm always driving on Shepherd when they're going by. Too bad you didn't know they were coming on the Hinckley. Because then maybe you could have swung by as they were coming off or something, or swung over to Andover and caught them. Actually getting them going down the track, not at the yard. Overall, did get my first friendly crew. Friendly crews make up for it. So by the way, I don't know if you saw the other post I made. Caught Chad last night. Stopped at Big Lake because I knew the train was coming. So I'm like, you know, catch it, whatever. If it's anything good on it. I had no idea what it had on it. And then standing there for a few minutes, car pulls up, person gets out. Well, here's Jordan the train man. Comes walking up. It's like, hey, I haven't seen you in a while. And we start talking, and he said that, you know, Chad's on this train, right? No. And I asked him, you know, what's the power? And he said, oh, it has some, like, I think it was a Jevo or something on the front of it. We had no idea it was going to have 7 locomotives on it. So we get Chad and 7 locomotives in Big Lake. And the timing worked out to where both of us ran into each other there. We weren't even planning that. And the lighting was really good. And I did make a post about that too. So if you haven't seen that, and I got a really cool shot of Chad. And that's a funny one. I went 2 years, like I told Jordan yesterday. I've gone 2 years without catching Chad, and now I've caught him twice in a month. In a month's time span. I got 2 CSX AC-44s, I think, on Nicollet Island. Paint job was bad on one of them. That looked like it said CCSX. Well, that is a bad paint job if that's the case. LOL, that's another video in the queue. How long have we been live for anyway? 95 minutes, not bad. Hour and a half-ish. Yeah, there's a lot more clouds popping up now. Yeah, you got a backlog too, huh? The video I uploaded yesterday is almost from a month ago. That a stack train with 2 Ferromex, and they stalled between Minneapolis Junction and the intermobile terminal. Came down with a warrant from. Oh, okay. To push. That's funny. There was a. When was it? There was a stack train I got. Was it last weekend? There's a stack train that I caught that had 2 Ferromex on it. Or maybe it wasn't last weekend. Maybe it was a little further back. Where was it? Because there's a friend of mine who who's really big into Ferromex. Like, they're kind of getting into the rail fanning thing. So we go out and catch trains every once in a while. And he really likes Ferromex. And yeah, I caught the August 31st is when I caught it. There's a stack train that had 2 Ferromex on it. Immediately text him, hey, look what I caught. Because he likes Ferromex, but has never seen one in person. So yeah, whenever I catch a train that has Ferromex on it, I'll let him know about it. And he says, you keep doing that until I catch one. That way it'll give me a drive to catch it. To, you know, try really hard to catch one. Okay, that could oblige. Did you hear about Big Boy coming back? Coming back to Minnesota? Is that what you're referring to? Because if it's about it coming back to Minnesota, no, I have not heard about that. Hang on. Are those the Ferromex numbers you just... I'm plugging my phone in and I saw your comment. 4640... You got the schedule? Okay. Yeah, if it's coming back to Minnesota, that'd be great. Nope, the Ferromexes that I caught on that stack train, Daniel, the ones on there, BNSF 7412 was the leader, and then the second unit was Ferromex 4615, and then the third unit was Ferromex 4034. So yeah, not the same train. Caught that here in Coon Rapids. Hey! Cloud blocking out the sun. Oh, that feels so nice. I didn't catch them for a while now. They've got a few either around many obstructions. See what's looking for. Yeah, I gotta go to Newport again. Is that Newport? Yeah. You haven't heard about the big boy thing yet either? Someone was saying earlier that it's going to be in Iowa because it's all over the news, I guess, that Jay Leno is going to go see it. That's the last thing I've heard about the big boy was that. And that was today, at the start of the stream. By the way, that's impressive. The likes are almost more than double the viewers right now. But that's because it's kind of slow at the moment. Okay, not quite double now. Yeah. Because as of right now, this very second that I'm speaking, we have 8 viewers and 11 likes. So it's supposed to be in Illinois tomorrow. Oh, okay. Here's a question. Is it going through Rochelle? Because that would be kind of sick to catch it going over the diamond. That'd be kind of cool if they did. It is going through Rochelle? Oh, wow. He did a few days ago. It's going to Illinois. I don't think it's coming to Minnesota. Well, okay, I know for sure it's not coming to Minnesota. I know that. If it was coming to Minnesota, yeah, I'd probably go see it, and I don't care where it is. If you go where? I'm not gonna, this big boy trip, no, I'm not gonna go see it. If it's not coming to Minnesota, I'm not gonna bother, but I just think it'd be cool if it went through Rochelle, though. I hit the wrong button. Oh, I might be taking you to go see the big boy. Okay. Well, if you do go see it, it is one amazing experience. And all the pictures that you take and all the videos that you take of it will not do it justice seeing it in person. And I would recommend, if you do go see it, get it while it's moving. You want to feel that ground shake as it goes by, because that locomotive is so big, boy does it shake the ground. So yeah, if you do go see it, make sure you're at a spot where it's going by you, where it's moving. And yes, take pictures, take videos, but it just does not feel the same as physically being there. And if you want to hear a cool whistle too, try to be where there's a crossing. But the nice thing is usually there's big crowds that follow that locomotive, so he'll be blowing his whistle a lot. It's kind of cool to hear him, especially when that thing's moving. It's cool to hear that whistle. I wish when it came up this way I had a better camera, because I got a video of it when it was on the Hinckley, but I was using like a, I don't remember if I had my iPhone SE at the time or my iPhone 8 Plus. It was one of those two, and on a tripod, the stabilizer in that thing was pure garbage. Like when the steam locomotive went by, it looked nice and clear until the ground started to shake, and then the video just looks like I took the camera and it's underwater. That's literally what it looked like as the steam train went by, which sucks. That's why I'm hoping it comes up here again now that I actually have equipment that has good stabilizers on it. So the video would actually look way better. I know when I went to Dallas, I was at the train museum and saw 4018. It wasn't 4014 though. Yeah, 4014 will take your breath away. No doubt about it. All the foamers is gonna be there. Yep. It's amazing with that train though, how many people that are not crazy about trains go for that. Like when it came up this way, the amount of people that could care less for trains that I knew that still went out of their way to go see the big boy. You know, see what the biggest steam locomotive. It's like any other train could care less for, but the big boy, you know, so you'll get even the non-foamers are gonna go for it. It's amazing what one single locomotive can do to people. And the amount of people that were gathering everywhere it went up that line, went up the Hinckley. be chopping up tree branches or something. Sounds like they're grinding up something. I don't know. Real. Even the Amish.
Mainline.
Well, the Amish. Oh,
Yard Master to the BNCP. Cruise on.
we got a flashing yellow now on the closer track. So we have a train.
Yeah, BNCP, I guess, let's go to the R yard with them. R11 to a joint.
We have a train that is coming from the west. And today all it's been is eastbounds. This will be train number 4 and eastbound number 4. So wherever it is, it's close enough that we have a flashing yellow. So that's why you guys are going to get a change of scenery back to where we've been most of the stream. Minus looking the other way since the last train went by.
Q tech check. Mainline change. Cruise on duty. How are supplies? Over.
Q train? Is that what he said?
Water.
Did he say Q? No, what I was going to say about the Amish, though, is if any of you watch the virtual rail fan cams and some of the steel highway ones, you ever noticed how many Amish people ride Amtrak? I think he said crew change. That's got to be who they were talking to. Look at that. People must have knew the train was coming because now we got 13 people watching. Yeah, I know. I heard him say Q-TAC something. But I didn't hear what he said after that. And we haven't had any Qs.
West Dispatcher Q to Tacoma, Chicago.
There we go. All right, that's what's coming. Q Tacoma, Chicago.
Roger. Mainline change. Outbound's on. Thanks. Over.
Inline change, outbounds on.
West Dispatcher out.
Hey, so we got a Q coming now. Good. So we've had a grain, 2 merchandise, and now this will be a Q. All of you who are watching right now, you're just in time. We got a Q train that's just about here. I'm assuming since they're talking to him, he must be
On switch.
must be near Ramsey. If they're talking to him about all this mainline change and all that stuff.
I'll do the north receiver.
So those of you watching, stick around. If you want to see a train, I'd say probably 5 minutes or so. 5, yeah.
West Dispatcher, BNCP, Roger, north receiver, over.
It'll be either just over 5 minutes or just under 5 minutes till it's...
Guys going up to the CP, train clears up University, over. Guys have a good one. BNSF West Dispatcher.
Finally, we get a little bit of action. I like it when trains go by too, because then, depending on if there's something good on it, it gives us something to talk about in case we start running out of topics. Smells like freshly mowed grass. Still a flashing yellow. Okay, that's funny. I'm scrolling through Facebook, right? And Union Pacific Railroad put up 5 hours ago. Hello, Rochelle. Visit the big boy on Sunday at 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Central Time at Union Pacific Ike Evans Golden 3 Terminal, located at 2701 Intermobile Drive in Rochelle, Illinois. Wasn't I just asking if it was going to go through Rochelle? Well, apparently UP posted about it 5 hours ago. And you can actually stop and go and see the locomotive from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Central Time. That's hilarious. If they think I'm about to get there at 9, that's gonna take too long or not. IDK. Well, it's from 9 to 3, so I guess make your own judgment. Depends how close to you. So it's not like you have to be there at 9 o'clock. If they're gonna be there for 6 hours or whatever. But I do know from all videos I've seen, and when they stopped in, or did they just go through Cambridge? I forgot. No, they stopped in Cambridge, didn't they? Yeah, they did, didn't they? When the big boy came up our way. Regardless, wherever they stop, there's always crazy crowds there. Wherever they stop. Everybody flocks around because they want to get pictures of it. I say it's better to get it when it's moving. Personally. But again, that's your own judgment call. Because still shots are cool too, but it's just, you got so many people. They get in the way. It doesn't look as cool. Did my radio die? Nope. Wow. Radio's really hanging on there. Still flashing yellow. All right, signal just went solid green. So I would assume that it's past Ramsey. Or passing. Probably the crossover. Since I went solid green, it's no longer flashing yellow. So now, get set up. And again, this one is going to be on the closer track. So the first two are on track 2. These two, the last one and this upcoming one, are on track 1. sure the camcorder looks good. That looks good. All right, do you think this train will have anything good on it? It's a Q. And usually the Qs, they sometimes have good power for the most part. The one that, I don't know, is it just me? But every time I've caught a stack train on the staples, power is kind of dull. You got one leading and one pushing. That's usually all they ever have. Or maybe you might get two leading and then nothing pushing. Usually never get like more than, oh, there it is. You never get more than like 2 locomotives on it. Usually the Qs and the Zs got the better stuff. I think the Zs usually have the best. They're usually the ones that have the most power on them. Anyway, I see our train. Here we go. Nice! 2 CP locomotives on that one. And a huge string of like brand new auto racks. Those are all brand spanking new auto racks. Alright, that train had good power. That one Gevo at the front, and then you had the 2 CPs. Now we wait for whatever comes next. DPU. By the way, if anybody's keeping track, that's train number 4. There's an airplane with a banner thing flying. Let's say. Out of water. Don Stolawelko? I can't read that. Something about if you're out of water and then some company name. Okay. I don't know if you guys will see that airplane in the stream or not. It's in the direction I'm looking, so you may or may not see it go by. Yeah, it said something like out of water, whatever. Probably for some alcohol or something. I might go over to my dad's house next weekend because I don't want to go.
What's up, dispatch ranch over?
Since I'm going to be a.
Here we go, Zoom Location University over. What's up, dispatcher?
Hey, if you live stream, that'd be kind of cool. How busy is that line? Yeah, I remember the name. Super Owens. It's been a while. Actually, I think it's been quite a while since you've been on one of these. Yeah, you came here, if I remember correctly, you came here to Coon Rapids one time, didn't you? Or am I confusing you with someone else? Nice. Nice, nice, nice. $100 more and you'll be at 1,000. When you get to 1,000, that's an awesome number. You get rid of the 3 digits and they replace it with a 1 and then you got a K right after it. Oh yeah. Okay, then I'm confusing you with someone else. Sorry. See, when I meet certain people out here, some of them I recognize, and some of them, you know, the ones that are kind of like me who don't put their faces out there, you know, I'll remember them by their YouTube channel name. You tell me your YouTube channel name, I'm like, oh yeah, okay, that rings a bell. I have a harder time remembering the faces, unless it's ones like Trevor or Jordan, where they put their faces out there a little bit more so you kind of remember them. But other ones, like Train Fan 2012 and stuff, you know, you have to meet them a couple times before you kind of remember who's who. And then there's just so many different names to remember, faces to remember. So I get them mixed up more often than not with other people. Like, who was that? Arizona Rail fan. I ran into him and his friend in Cambridge on the Hinckley sub, because they were out. They caught that southbound UP Coke with UP 9000 leading it. Ran into them. I recognized Arizona Rail fan because I've seen his picture on some of the Facebook groups when some people have done those like get-togethers, and they post the pictures afterwards when they do like their Elk River get-together, or is it Elk River they mainly get together at? Anyway, they do their little get-together deal, and I've seen pictures, so I knew what he looked like. It's just when I met him, I'm like, hey, I recognize you, but I couldn't remember for the life of me what his YouTube channel was until he brought it up when when he was talking about some of the shorts I've uploaded to YouTube and how we caught the same trains, and when he caught the same coal empty that I caught further north of up the line, he got a horn show, I didn't, and he made sure that I knew that. And that's when he's like, yeah, I'm Arizona Rail fan. And the reason he's Arizona Rail fan is because he's moving to Arizona. So he's trying to catch as many trains as he can on the Hinckley and in different areas in Minnesota before moving out of the state. And I forget who he said the other person was that was with him. I thought it was like Staple Sub Rail fan, but I don't know if that's exactly him or not. I thought he said it was Staple something. But I didn't recognize him. I haven't seen his face before. But Arizona Rail fan, yes, I recognized him. $945. Oh, nice. Yeah, I think I have less than 50 subscribers. That's a cop. Not an ambulance this time. Yeah, I got less than 150 subscribers to go, and I'll be at 3,000. And you know, with some people, 150, they're like, oh, that's not a lot. When you get up to these higher numbers, it feels like a lot. 150, legitimately, being that I'm so close to the 3,000 mark, that 150 feels like when I first started and, I was trying to get to 150 subscribers. That's the kind of feeling I have right now. Like, that just feels like it's going to be an eternity till I get it. And it feels like such a big number. So when you get into the higher numbers, you're still going to have that sensation. I'm just waiting for that one video I get where it goes so crazy and get like 1,000 subscribers, like a few other the train YouTubers where they get like a couple, what was it, BNSF 1458. One video and you get like hundreds of thousands of subscribers in like just a couple weeks. I'm waiting for that day. See that one video, That one I did with the Isani cop, that one did pretty good. That one's at like 2,000 views. Hey, Super Owens, if you're still there, cause I was thinking about, you're the one that we kind of found each other through Trevor's live streams, correct? I don't know, I just had that thought come across. Yeah, you think so? Okay, that's what I thought. Well, I guess while we're waiting for trains, I'll just I got time and I got to do catching up anyway, post on Instagram. Maybe I'll just make an Instagram post while I'm waiting. Because even if the signals turn, it'll still be a while before something comes around, so that should be plenty of time to post something on Instagram. The hardest part is I usually don't have a hard time coming up with a caption for an Instagram post. The hardest thing I have is the tags. typing, because most of the tags I do copy and paste, but I got them set up where it depends on the railroad I'm posting. I have to change some of those pre-made tags. Like for the pre-made, I have all these Union Pacific tags. So let's say this is a BNSF train that I'm posting about. Anything that mentions Union Pacific needs to be changed to BNSF. And I have it on there Hinckley sub tags, because that's where a majority of my trains come from, is the Hinckley sub. Well, if I'm posting about something I caught here on the Staple sub, I got to change all the Hinckley sub tags to Staple sub tags. And then if I'm ever outside the state of Minnesota, any of the Minnesota tags have to be for whatever state I'm in. So it can be a time-consuming process. But before I do that, I literally just saw a cool picture I want to go get. There's a, let's see if I can show it really quick. Where is it? There's a weed right there. If I can do a cool down low shot, kind of like lay on the platform type deal, get a really cool shot with like the rail and then the weed growing in it. What do you guys think? Think that might be a cool shot? So I am going to go try that. Basically, lay down, kind of on the stomach, try to get as low down as I can, and then get the rail in there just right where the weed's sticking up just above the rail. That might look kind of cool. At least it looks cool in my head. We'll see if I can actually make it happen. I think I got it. Leave that there. No, I don't want it. See what you guys think of it. I don't know if I'll be able to maybe get it or not. We'll find out. You like it? Maybe, I don't know. That was kind of the idea concept, at least. Hey, Minnesota Rail Fan 11. Not bad. Sweet, thanks.
Hump Yard Master M, Staples, Northtown, Ben. Hey, Dan, you can make your calls, come in for R9, power the pit.
I randomly get these ideas when I see something. I'm like, oh, that would make for a cool picture. Like, that would make for a cool picture. And then you get the fun challenge of trying to actually make the picture happen.
Westbound dispatcher on 70, over. Westbound 5945. That's Tim Wendell. Here we go, see location, over.
That's that M train that we caught earlier. Sounds like they're gonna take him in.
still on here. Come in the MYL, try to clear the main, and then I'll have you sit on the MYL, and then give me a call in about 30, 40 minutes to be good.
See, right here is a good example. The post I'm making on Instagram right now is of a coal train that I caught on the Hinckley sub back early August. That's how far behind I am, August 8th. With that one, I'm gonna have to change all my UP tags to BNSF. I have a tag on there called merchandise train. I gotta change that to coal train. So and then I leave enough extra to where I can add 1 or 2 extra tags if there's like something crazy, interesting about that train. So that right there, that's proof of
Compass, right over.
what I need to change. And those of you who are watching, who do follow me on...
What's your lead unit?
That's loud. Those of you who do follow me on Instagram, you're kind of getting a sneak preview of a post that I'm going to make on Instagram before I even make it. I'm literally telling you about a post before I even make it.
Okay. What's your hours of service?
So the next post will be pictures of a coal train on the Hinckley sub.
You'll have time for that. Yeah, come on over. If I have to shove into R9 to join.
There you go. Post is up.
Westtown Dispatcher, Northtown Laurel, over.
Okay, train fan.
Go, syndication, 35th Avenue, 603, have a good trip, over.
Kind of slow right now anyway. That's why I'm like, hey, I'll make an Instagram post and go post the same thing on True Social really quick. Because whatever I post on Instagram,
Let's switch.
I also post on True Social because I'm like, you know, might as well get on some of those other platforms too, just to try to cover them all. Like even most of the videos that I post on YouTube,
Alright, receiver.
unless I made a video specifically for YouTube, you know, because it was something that happened on YouTube or whatever. I also post my videos up on Rumble too, so that way I'm on both of those platforms in case
Westtown Dispatcher, UPB, and over.
in case something ever does happen. Then I've got basically every platform covered, except for
Signal indication, over.
Except for X. I don't know. I'm on there, but I just don't post a lot because on there don't get a whole lot of activity on there. Same like I don't get a whole lot on True Social either, but I still just want to be on those platforms just to be on the safe side if something ever happens to one platform, or maybe there's more. Like Instagram, lots of trained people. YouTube, lots of trained people. True Social, not so many, but there are a few. Rumble, not so many, but there are some. I think I got like 41 followers on Rumble, last I checked. And X, there are Railfan people, but there's not a whole lot. It doesn't seem like there's a whole lot on there either. YouTube and Instagram seem to be the two places, and Facebook. Those are the places to be for that's where I get the most, what's the word I'm looking for? The most, not action, but engagement. The most engagement is on those three platforms. YouTube, here on YouTube, on Instagram, and on Facebook. That's where I get the most people doing stuff. True Social, not so much. Rumble, kinda. Rumble, there's quite a few. At least, because I got 41 on there right now. And then X, yeah. So X, I mainly use that for checking a lot of the NASCAR stuff that's going on. That's mainly what I use it for. It's just basically checking stuff. And then occasionally, if I get like really cool Northern Lights pictures, I might post those on there because a lot of people look for stuff like that on there. So yeah, if any of you are on like True Social or on Rumble, you can go check that out too if you want to follow there. Basically, you'll see the same, like when it comes to posting my pictures, you'll see the same stuff. Whatever I post on Instagram, you'll see it on Rumble. Basically, exactly the same. Minus like tags and stuff, because that's different. Rumble, you will see most of the same videos. You won't see shorts. I don't upload shorts on there. And then you might find some videos on YouTube that I don't upload on there because that video was made specifically as a YouTube upload, basically. Like if it's a clip I took from like a live stream or something maybe. And since it was taken from the YouTube live stream, I only upload to YouTube. So if you guys are saying anything in the comments, I'll check that in just a few seconds. Just let me get this post up on Truth really quick, and then I'll look. I have a fly on my hat. Alright, there we go. Okay, nobody said anything. Holy cow, I've not been watching the likes. 15, that's not bad at all. Literally now, that's more than double. So the likes are more than double the views right now. That's impressive. What have we been live for? Hey, train fan. We had the grain train, then we had merchandise. Then the last train we had was a queue that came by. I think the queue has been the most interesting one so far, because it had a GEVO leading, then it had a CP locomotive behind that one, and then a small little portion was intermobile, and then there was another section, a big chunk of the train was all auto racks, and then towards the end was this big long cut of brand new auto racks. They were nice and shiny, and it was just endless new ones. And then it had a CP DPU, so that had the best power so far. 1 BNSF and 2 CP. And then the grain train that went by, I don't know if you heard earlier, but the first train we caught was a grain train, not even 5 minutes into the stream. And that train, it's either the second or the third locomotive, was the same exact one that was on the Superior Northtown. When did I say it was? Earlier in the week? Tuesday? Hang on, I got a picture of it. Yeah, Tuesday. Yeah, BNSF 9362. It was the second locomotive on the Superior Northtown back on Tuesday, and then caught it on that eastbound grain train today. Other than that, that's basically been it. Now it's been kind of quiet. Signals are red in all directions. Radio's been quiet. Hasn't died yet. That's impressive. Made a post on Instagram because I'm falling behind there. The next post, by the way, train fan, is from the last time I was here when you were with me, when we caught Chad with that NS leader. That's going to be the next post I'm going to make. May or may not do that today. We'll find out. Heading up to St. Paul sub. Oh, cool. Are you expecting to catch anything cool on there, or you know of something that's coming? Train route up to Ramsey. Oh, that's good to hear. Eastbound, you said? Yep. Okay. Headed east. Well, that's good. It's been a little bit since the last train, so that would be nice. It hasn't been too bad. It kind of sucks though. The first hour, caught 3 trains within the first hour. And then had a bit of a lull. And then caught the queue, and now there's been another lull, and then you said there's a train coming from the west, so. Hopefully, I'm hoping to catch a couple more before ending this stream. I hope. Such a beautiful day. Lighting's good, even with clouds moving in. It's making it feel more comfortable. The wind's picking up a little bit. So it'd be nice if a few more came by. Not specifically, but it's decently busy, so just hoping to catch something with my new camcorder. Oh, sweet. What camcorder did you get? And when I was here with you, you didn't have a camcorder, right? You were just using your cell phone, if I remember correctly. Right? So you didn't have a camcorder then. So you must have gotten it just recently. Sony X405. Oh, okay. I don't know much about the Sony systems, so... I heard that the Sony cameras that they use for taking pictures, those are pretty good, even though I think they're mirrorless, though. I think they're more digital. Because there's a metal band from Sweden that I like to listen to, and in one of their vlogs, when they came to the United States for their tour, they were touring in the United States a couple of years ago, and when they were in Montana, they went out because I guess a few of the band members really like photography. So since they were out in Montana, they went for like a nature hike to do, go take some nature pictures. And they were, one of the guys, I think the drummer, he was talking about how he's big into the Sony cameras. He called it the Sony system. He's really big into those, and he was kind of explaining about how the Sony cameras work. That's why I know as much as I do about the Sonys, because of watching their vlog when they were in Montana. I think it was before one of their concerts in Montana. And they came to Minnesota that year, too. 4 weeks ago? Okay, that would make sense, because when we were here, that was about 3 weeks ago, I think. Yeah, I think it was about 3 weeks ago. 3 or 4, actually. Yeah, it'd be 3. I think next weekend. No. Yeah, it was 3 or 4 weekends ago that we were here, so. Oh, hopefully you like your new camcorder. Camcorder is a really nice thing to have. And hopefully it's got a good stabilizer on it, because when you're catching trains, you want to have a stabilizer. Because when they start shaking the ground, and the worst is in the winter. When it's winter and the ground is frozen, trains really shake the ground. Big time. That's when you really want to have a good stabilizer if you're planning on videoing trains in the winter. like on the Hinckley, you can feel that ground shake if you're within a half a mile or so of the track. You know when a train is going by in the winter. I think that's when it's the worst. And that's why I'm very, very thankful to have a good stabilizer. But most camcorders and even cell phones now, like using my iPhone that I have, I don't know what I got, 13 or whatever, that's got a good stabilizer. I've had to use that before when I don't have my camcorder with. Like that one time in Ramsey, when I stopped there, for some bizarre reason, I forgot to unplug it, left it home, but I brought everything else. I brought my camera, I brought my camera bag, tripod, all that stuff. So I had to use my cell phone, not a single shake in it. Now, if I would have used that iPhone SE or iPhone 8 Plus, whatever it is I had when we caught the big boy, it would have looked like I was recording that train underwater because there was no good stabilizer in that phone back then. But now even the phones have good stabilizers in them. But the zoom is worth it. Yep, you want good zoom. It has good stabilizer. The stabilizer is better in iPhones if you change the FPS to 60. I think that's what I have mine set to. I recorded in 4K, by the way, on my iPhone. I think I do 4K at, it's either 60 or 30. I forget whatever the max is. I want the max quality. So I know I do 4K. I just don't remember if my phone can do 30 or 60 FPS. I think my camcorder, it does 4K, but I only think it does 4K at 30 FPS. I don't think it can do 60. I'm not entirely sure. I remember there was a drawback to the 4K on it, but it was affordable and it got the job done, and nobody has complained about it. Versus the 30 and the 60 FPS. I think that was the big drawback with this camcorder. But I'm not complaining. It's worked. Like, look at how many videos I've gotten. It's got a fabulous zoom on it. It only costed $600 or $800 when I bought it, was it 4-5 years ago? And by the way, 1080p is not bad. It really is not. You know, yes, 4K is really good. The problem with 4K is how much storage it takes, and when you upload the video and export the video, how long it takes to do it. That's the big drawback. It can take hours at 4K. If you do it at 1080p, maybe an hour max, depending on how long you make your video. Yep, see, that's understandable. Yeah, do the special stuff at special, basically, do the special trains at a special quality. I think my phone's been charging long enough. I gotta get my iPad plugged in. Yeah, my phone's at 73%. By the way, this is crazy. We're now at 17 likes and 8 views. We are literally like half as, because 8 and 8, 16. Yeah, we're literally have half as many people watching as we've had like. That's crazy. And I'm not saying that that's a bad thing, by the way. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that's just crazy. Did my radio find? Nope, it still hasn't died. That's impressive. I'll read your comment just a little bit. I gotta plug my iPad in. It's getting low on juice. I don't want it to die if I want to easily read comments. Hey, now the view is just catching up. 10 views, 17 likes. we now have a flashing yellow on main 2, so that's the one on the other side of the fence. So that eastbound you mentioned, train fan is must be getting pretty close. Except for when I'm switching to 60 FPS for CP 2816. It made it sort of dark. Yeah, I remember that. So I had to frantically chase it to Newport, where I made it with 15 seconds to set up. I think it's in Big Lake. Okay. Well, hopefully it's something good. But I'll take anything at this point, since it's been a while since something's gone by. So I'll take it, whatever it is. Oh, a nice big cloud. Good, this will give my stuff a chance to cool down a little bit. You can check the sink. Oh, yeah. Yeah, if you could do that, that'd be great. If you don't want to tell me the power, that's fine, because I kind of like the surprise with the power. But if I knew what kind of train it was, that'd be awesome. But if you want to keep the power a surprise, that's up to you, unless you want to say it. I got no problem with it either. Either way, it does not bother me. I know the power. Okay, tell me this much. Is it something good? Or is it just boring GEVOs? Now, if it's boring GEVOs, fine. If it's something good, just tell me it's something good. Don't say what it is. But if it's just your average BNSF GEVOs or ST75s or something, you know, just what you see all the time on basically almost every train, you can tell me that. But if it's something different, like if it's a different railroad, or if it's H1 or an executive unit, don't say it. I don't know if you would think that. Or if it's a lot of locomotives too, that's another good one. It's a coal train, you think? Oh. Okay. Hey Henry, the rail fan. Sorry, I missed your comment. We got a train coming, and train fan is helping with figuring out what it is. So sorry if I missed your comment. Just getting excited because there hasn't been a train for a little while. It's been a bit. What do they say? It's been a minute. What was that? Bug? Bug came in, restricted airspace. Oh, I think I might have been a horsefly. Sure, if you want. I got no problem with that. Something where you kind of tell it, but you still kind of keep it a secret. That's why I usually refrain from looking at the St. Cloud cam when trains are coming from that far out. Foreign power. Ooh, me like. I'll take that. That's already special right there. The whole consist is foreign. Okay, how many locomotives are we talking? How many do we got up front? We got any DPUs? 2. Okay. I like to know that at least, because when I'm taking pictures, then I can kind of figure out, okay, do I have to follow it when I take pictures? If it's like one up front, one DPU, you know that kind of stuff. 2 foreign locomotives, eh? Do you want the model number? Not specifically, but like GEVO or EMD. Nah, you can keep that a secret, because that can sometimes give away. At least I have an idea. Okay, 2 locomotives, foreign power, something to look forward to with this train. At least it's not a bunch of GEVOs. Regular BNSF you see on practically every train out there. Power. Now if this is like NS, CSX, I'll even take Union Pacific. Yeah, I see a lot of it on the Hinckley, but I'll take Union Pacific here. I already had CP on that queue earlier, so we already had some foreign power. Let's add some more foreign power to it. Or the best, and then I could text my friend later. If both of those foreign locomotives were Ferromexes, oh, he would lose it. So an NS AC 44 6CW, LOL, blah. Okay, every foreign railroad uses this locomotive. That's all I will say. Okay, alright. Okay, so let me guess. GEVO? GEVOs are quite common, because they're thinking about it. Yeah, every railroad has a GEVO. Heck, even Ferromex does. Ferromex, CN, Fire Mike, BNSF, UP, NS, CSX, CN. They all got them. Oh, well. No, I think every railroad. Not 100% sure. Well, I named most of them, didn't I? I know that UP has them, BNSF has them, CN does. A lot of their 2000 series are those. CSX has them, good chunk of them. Norfolk Southern does. A lot of their lower numbers are them. CP has them. A lot of their 8,000 series, I think, are those. Maybe 9,000 as well. Some of the 9,000 series are Gevos. UP, a lot of their, I think it's 6,000 on up, or like 5,500 on up is Gevos. BNSF, they got 3,000 all the way to somewhere in the 8,000s, I think, like halfway through the 8,000s. Not a Gevo. Oh, okay. All right. Sorry. Sorry, you just got me thinking about the railroads that do have it now. Are both of the locomotives up front? No DPU? Or is it a 1x1? One up front, one DPU? Oh, you didn't check. Okay, so for sure 2 locomotives up front. All right. Well, then I guess if there is a DPU, it'll be a surprise for all of us. Which we all need at least some sort of a surprise, right? That is a valid point. That is a valid point. Even if, regardless of if it's loaded or empty, they usually run them with DPUs. Unless you're like, well, even that one that I caught in Parkville, Missouri, that one that had the KCS leader that had to go into emergency because of the guy that got his foot stuck in the rail at the crossing. That had a one at the front and had a DPU at the end. Oh yeah, you remember that. Hi.
Hi.
Yeah, that was during a live stream too, right? Yeah, that was during the live stream. Because a few of you were going and looking at the virtual railfan live stream to see if you could see what happened, why they put it into emergency, and then that's when you thought when somebody had mentioned something about the guy on the track. All right, so since we got this train coming, come on, people, we need to get more of a crowd in here. We only got 6 people in here. Everybody, get your buddies in here. Oh, now we got 7. I already shared where I could share, where I knew to share. So if you guys have anywhere, anybody you know, tell them, hey, we got a special train coming we got a special train coming with foreign power. I think the most people we've had viewing so far today at one time was 11, 12 maybe.
Inland Yard Master answering over.
Now we have half as many viewers as likes.
Unit Sweetgrass CKB, you guys will be fueling on the main at 44th, over. Spot up for fuel. Outbound's not on duty until 1745. Talk to West on.
Did he say you something?
That's correct, over. And we'll need to fuel that DP as well. Make sure it's clear of those switches and then in a good place where it can get fueled, over.
Sounds like it does have a DP. He said that. Alright, getting close enough. I can hear him on the radio.
This is Westbound Dispatcher, CP 8004 East, over. Yeah, I guess down to 44th. Fueling on the main, and if it's okay with you, we'd like to hit the brakes, over. That sounds good to me. Here we go. Main 2 to 44th, over. Sounds good. Appreciate it.
Yep, they're calling this.
You guys have a good evening.
The scanner leaked it. The scanner did, and they said too. They told them that they're gonna.
CNSF Westbound Dispatcher answering, over.
They're gonna fuel that train, the leader, and he said that make sure they park it so they can fuel the DP. So there is a DPU on this train as well.
Here we go. Same location, over.
Ah, crud. My camera died. I left it on. Thank goodness I have backup batteries from all my old cameras. That's a nice thing.
CNSF Westbound Dispatcher, CP 8004 East, over.
You see 8,000?
Yeah, signal desk gave me a crossing warning here at milepost 30.70 Ramsey Boulevard. You guys will be able to comply with that, over. We are actually past back crossing there, dispatcher, over. I understand, all past 30.7 Ramsey Boulevard, correct, over. Our head end is, as long as that's what counts, then that is correct. If your head end's off by, so the PTC doesn't freak out, put you on suppression or an emergency, over. Alright, yep, the head end's all by that location. You see us hit the Ramsey signal here in just a moment. Copy that. Thank you much, guys. CNSF Westbound Dispatcher.
Alright, he's getting close. He said he'll be hitting the Ramsey signal in a moment. Apparently the repay to GN Coltrane MTM went through Minneapolis Junction a while ago. I like that. The scanner leaked it. Not a whole lot of train rail fan. We got a U train that's coming that has, sounds like, at least the leader is a CP power. Train Fan 2012 says it's foreign power, and then they mentioned on here that they have to get the DP fueled too. So there might be 3 locomotives on this train, and the leader is a CP 8000 something. So I'm getting a lot of CP today on the staples, not on the Hinckley, but on the staples. CP 8004. Okay. So, those of you that are watching, what the U train? It's a good question. Train Fan 2012 says look like a coal train. And you know what? Being that this has this one might be for the CP, depending on what the ID is. Being that it looks like it's a coal train and it's got CP power on it. There we go. That's more like it. 13 people, 18 likes. I like it. I like it a lot. Get a good crowd in for what possibly might be a pretty good train. I just find it so funny, though, how the likes have been staying higher than the views, like this entire stream. Maybe the first so many minutes, the views, I had like 5 views and 1 like, but this whole time it's been, the likes have been almost double what the viewage has been. Chad is dog catching on a westbound empty coal at Randall. Oh, okay. Well, not going to be catching Chad today then. The last 3 letters of the symbol are KBO. IDK what that means. Wait. You might have a heritage unit coming. Excuse me? Train was like, huh? Wait, never mind. It's a unit train. I read that wrong, my bad. Oh, we got a headlight. All right, here it comes, guys. It'll be on the further away track. Signal is now green. Well, probably turned green a while ago. Nice, 15 views. The views might catch up to the likes, guys. You want to let that happen? It's only 4 views away from tying with them. All right, I'll read your guys' comments after the train goes by. Here comes the train.
crew back from the pit, over.
Okay, yeah. Want to send them on over after they're done with that? That would be awesome. There's an interstate on Riverside.
Well, that is now 5 CP locomotives for today. Dang, CP's gonna be challenging BNSF today, apparently. Okay, I'll turn it back this way now. Alright, what'd you say? Yeah, that is nuts. All the H1s that were on that, was there 3 of them, I think? 1063, which was has a swoosh on the front. Oh, I did not know. Okay, I did not know that. Well, train fan, you were right on the foreign power. Yeah, that's for sure. Hey, congrats. Yeah, those H1s, they look beautiful when they're leading. Way better than when they're like a second unit because of that front of them. Looks so nice. Well, that's train number 5, at least. Okay, why is it showing that? I don't want to display that. Thank you. Yep, that's train 5, okay. Making sure I keep my notes in line. Okay, I'm gonna try that. Now what I'm hoping is that all these CP locomotives from today all wind up being ones I haven't caught before. It'd be nice to add 5 of them to the list. And wind up catching them all on the Staples. Not on the Hinckley. That's where I get most of my CP stuff, is the Hinckley. And then occasionally I might get some on like the Rivers sub or something, but I've only really ever gotten lucky on that track like once. I think gotten some on at Hastings too, I guess. Oh yeah, I get that. Yeah, if there's ever trains where I don't know the symbols to them, like if I don't catch them, or you know, those I asked can't tell me what the symbols were, if I don't catch them, then I'll just put on there like either whatever the train is or the direction the train was heading. Like back in the early days, if you go look at some of my way early staple sub videos, like when we'd go to Elk River a lot of those videos, I just put on there eastbound, westbound.
DNFF detector, milepost 20.47. Main 2, no defects. Repeat, no defects. Total axle 502 out.
I actually picked up the Coon Creek detector. That's impressive. That was the U train that we caught. 502 axles on that bugger, huh? Looked like every single car on that train had BNSF on the side of it, too. Broadcast fee, yes, it is your friend. It's really nice when trains are coming onto the Hinckley. Because then I know when they go by the detector there, you know, and of course there's a little bit of a delay, I get that, but at least get a general idea. Okay, it went by the Coon Creek detector roughly around this time. I got to be track side by about this time, and I usually give myself enough time where I'm there like 5 or 10 minutes before the train comes by, in case it's coming a little faster or maybe a little bit slower, if they're not meeting at Andover. If they're meeting at Andover, then I got to listen to the radio and listen till they call up the dispatcher and clear up. Unless, of course, the dispatcher gives them a stinking after arrival or something. Almost have the Hinckley sub basically down to a science on figuring out when trains come, unless of course something happens. Like the winter sucks because they always have problems with that south siding switch Cambridge all the time. Either the switch heater's not working or the signal is acting stupid. A year or two ago, they actually had a fire there. South siding switch Cambridge.
DNSF Westbound dispatch answer number.
Actually, one of the ties burned up. A few of the ties got burnt.
Here we go, Syndication University, have a good one, over.
Hey Paul, how you doing? Caught 5 trains so far.
Dispatcher out.
Just missed one by a couple minutes. So if you want to rewind and see it, you're more than welcome to. Currently, we got nothing else coming. All signals are red every direction. Sometimes I use the audio from either my scanner or I pay for premium versions so I can go back and listen, and I'll download the MP3 and add the audio to my videos. Hey, that's not a bad idea. That's actually a good idea. I've caught nothing today. Well, you near a track? Go out to a track and change it. Still some daylight. Sun hasn't dropped behind the trees yet. Still got time. Find yourself the nearest railroad track and see what you can catch. Hopefully I can be at the St. Paul sub before dark. Yeah, that'd be nice. The trains would look a little bit better. Oh, okay. Alright. Yeah, I know. Trevor was here. The chat would probably be going crazy. He'd keep the chat lively. Hey, train fan, I forgot to show you when I saw you last time, but when you are recording, maybe I can show you kind of freehand a little bit. Let's see, how do I want to do this? Yeah, I might be able to show you a little bit. When you're recording trains at night, the best thing to do if you want to like get it to look somewhat decent is when you're recording the train, don't just hold your camera, straight, just looking at it. Move with it as the train goes by, because then your camera will kind of focus on it a little bit different, and it'll, for a split couple frames, the train will look really, really clear. So that way, when you're going through the video, if you want to have like a picture, you follow the train, the locomotive, and then when you go back to edit the video, or you go to try to get a picture or whatever, go through the video on your phone and just go frame by frame until you got that one point when you did that where the train looks clear, and then take a screenshot of it, and then you get a nice clear, somewhat clear nighttime picture of the train. That's just a little trick that you can do if you go and video trains at night. That way you can see what get a clear picture of the leader, and you might get a few frames where the locomotive number will be clear if you want to know what the leader number was. That's what I do with nighttime train videos, because that way I can have that leader number in case I want to, different guys at the railroad, ask them, hey, what was the ID for this train? Here was the leader. What was it? That's the best way that you can do it. And then you get a somewhat clear picture. Yeah, the reason I used my camcorder to show you that was because I'm using my phone to record. When I do nighttime videos, I do not use my camcorder. I use my cell phone. It takes much better, but I do that same exact trick. I just hold the cell phone and then I move it with the front of the train. I kind of pan with it. I don't use my camcorder because, yes, it's pretty decent, but it's it's like really grainy and pixely. You can really see it. That's why I use the cell phone, because it's somewhat a little bit clear. But I do that same trick I told you. I do the pan with the leader. It's up to you if you want to try it. I just know it makes it so you get a somewhat clearer picture. And since you're using your cell phone, that really helps, because then you can go frame by frame, or just kind of, slide it, and then, oh, that looks good. Take a screenshot. There you go. Hey, you're welcome. I am impressed with the batteries in in my scanner today. Not dead yet. But when I'm at station, I don't need to use that feature since there are lights. Yeah, it's a kind of sorta, Because I've been here after dark catching trains before, and you still have that motion blur because the trains are moving at a, you know, they're moving. So you're still going to get that blur to them. And what's nice is if you're moving with them, then the camera goes at that speed. And if you're moving at the same speed as the train, panning, it'll make it look a lot more clear than you just holding it straight like we're looking right now and then the train goes by. When there's enough light like this, it does not have problems with that. It can keep up with the motion. Low light, it has a harder time keeping up with that motion. So if you want it to look clear, you need to be going at the same motion as whatever it is you're trying to film, basically. It's kind of the science behind it. Plenty of light, camera can keep up with the motion. Low light, it has a harder time keeping up with the motion because it has to open up that the iris more. It has to open that up more to allow more light in, and since it's allowing more light in, it's things that are moving are going to look blurry. So to compensate for that, you have to move with said object to be able to compensate for that iris being opened up more because it's allowing more light in. The thing is when you're recording during the day, like right now, it doesn't have to open that up as much because it doesn't have to let a lot of light in. At night, it needs to let in as much light as possible. And that's why you want to move with it. Because then you eliminate that, you're compensating for it letting in more light by moving with it. And the station lights, to our eyes, it seems bright, but to the camera, it's not bright enough. It still has to open that up more. And that's why you still want to move with it, because the camera sees it a little bit different than our eyes see it. So you're still going to have that motion blur if you just keep your camera pointed stationary. That's why when you're in any kind, even at dusk, you still kind of want to move with it. Because I've even noticed that at dusk, the moment that sun goes behind the trees, if you have a train going by, it's going to look grainy. It's going to look, fuzzy. That's why you move with the lead locomotive. If you want at least one clear looking picture, move with it, just the leader. And that's why when I do it, I kind of move with the leader and then I go back and I follow every locomotive, because if I do that, then I'll get a clear shot of every locomotive if I do that. That's why if you see in my videos, you'll see me like follow and then I'll swing back, follow, swing back until all the locomotives are by. Because I'm compensating for that low light because the camera has to open up that, I think it's the iris, I think that's what it is. It has to open that up as much as it can to allow as much light in, and I'm compensating for that. Sorry if that was such a long explanation. I tried to explain it as simply as I could, by the way. I'm sorry if any of that might have gone over anyone's head. It makes sense. Okay, good. Yeah, Skeletor is one worth catching. The only problem is he's hit and miss. He's hit and miss. I haven't caught him for a few days. There's been times where I've gone weeks without catching him, and all of a sudden, boom, he pops up. The last thing that I heard about where he might be is someone, is a Minnesota Rail fan? I think it was the one that I gave the shout out in the video about the CP Heritage unit I caught. I think he caught Skeletor up on the lake sub a couple days ago. So yeah, he kind of goes between running on the lakes and running on the Hinckley. When he runs on the Hinckley, he's always on either the Superior Northtown or Northtown Superior. Imagine catching him on Halloween. Oh, I'd love it if he ran on Halloween. That would be sweet. Catch Skeletor on Skeletor's holiday. I could only imagine if he ran on Halloween, he would have to do something like crazy special. Like maybe he'll have a special Skeletor mask, or he'll just have the full-on like Skeletor suit or something. I don't know. Or he'll get his engineer or something. It'd be cool if he got his engineer to do something. Or he'll have a banner that he'll hang out the window that just says Happy Halloween from Skeletor or something. That'd be kind of cool, actually.
West South Dispatcher, engine over. Now let me see if it'll come in here. Shows you're clear of the west crossover interstate. Let me see if it'll line a signal through there real quick.
What if he had a skeleton mask on top of a pumpkin mask? That would be kind of cool. He'd have to do it, though, in a way to where you could tell that he was wearing... Because it appears like that skeleton mask he wears, it almost seems like... I guess I haven't really seen much of the side. It almost seems like it's almost like a full head mask. I don't know if it's something that just goes over the front of the face.
Yeah, it looks like I still get traffic around there. So it looks like you guys are good on my side. Over.
It does. I don't know if it's like a partial face mask or if it's like a full over the head mask.
Thanks, guys. Being Southwest on Spectrum. Southwest on Spectrum, Northtown KCK, ready to go over. Off the 603, correct over. Bad orders. Here we go. Same location, 35th, all 603. Have a good trip over. Guys, keep the Southwest on Spectrum up.
If, by the way, he did run on Halloween, though, I'd go out because I don't do anything for Halloween anymore. I'd go out to go catch that guy. If I had nothing better to do, just to say caught Skeletor on Halloween, yeah, no, there's no denying it. I would in a heartbeat. I need to hurry. Northtown KCK runs on the St. Paul sub. Yeah, you better get going. Wish they'd send some more this way, though. Yeah, they're getting lights out, he said, so you might want to hop on it. Or hop to it, whatever the saying is. You might have a little bit of time, though, because it does take a little bit of time, for them to get moving. So They're gonna have to get the train up to speed, start pulling out. Ooh, that breeze feels nice. Zach's Open Rails Inc. You new to these streams? I don't recognize you. Chad should be past Staples on a westbound Cole. Alright, I'm at Coon Rapids, so there's no way I would have caught that. Not even close. They pull out a Becker, I'm nowhere near there. But I did catch Chad yesterday. I don't know if you saw my post about that with Jordan. Boy, did we get lucky with that one. I think I'm going to make it for Northtown KCK. All right, good. Like I told you, you got time. It takes a little bit of time for it to pull out of the yard. so you have time. Of course, it depends on how far out you are. That's the only factor you got to worry most about. There's a craft fair going on in Little Falls. Should be really busy on both sides of the Mississippi. Well, it's a beautiful day to have a craft fair. It is absolutely beautiful out here. The sun has to be super backlit right now. Yeah, it's one of those though, you just gotta make do with what you're dealt. If you can turn the exposure down a little bit, you might be able to compensate for... Oh no, that doesn't. Is there any way to get on the side of the track that the sun is? Because if you're on the side of the... Oh, wait. Yeah, you're gonna be shooting that way, aren't you? If you can get on the side of the track where the sun is, that will help compensate a little bit. Then just turn your exposure down to compensate, to make up for that sun being super bright. Because if that train's got, most likely BNSF power on it, it's gonna look really stinking orange with the sun being at the angle it's at. Even if you have the sun at your back, it's gonna look really orange. And if you want to fix that, you're gonna have to turn your exposure down, or keep your exposure the way that you're comfortable with, and then just when you take the pictures off your camera or whatever, you'll have to edit it and turn that exposure down in editing. One of the two. Oh, that's a sticky situation. I didn't know where you were going. That's... Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. If you got no workaround with that and you got backlit, that is not... It's gonna make your train look dark. Yeah, I don't know what else. I'm thinking about it. I don't know what else to tell you. If you can't if you can't find another spot, yeah, you're just gonna have to make do with it. And it's not like you can just take the picture either and then go and brighten it, because since it's really low light, it's got that backlit and it's gonna make the train look dark. You try to brighten it, yes, you'll see the train, but then the train's gonna be all grainy and fuzzy. That won't look good. You're in a big lose-lose there. Well, that'd be nice. Problem though is they're getting refueled. They gotta refuel the leader, he said, and I think the DP. And I don't know how long that's gonna take them to refuel them. And that sun here, it's getting close to going behind the trees. This has also got me thinking, how long do I want to stay for? There's like no chatter of any trains coming. The other direction has a really cool shot of trains rounding the corner. Oh, you mean if one's coming from the east? For that UP Coke train you caught the other day, my shot was backlit. You know, you're having some bad luck with backlit. Steam train, possibly the Northtown KCK, and the Coke train. Yeah. Is that spot, by the way, that you always, because you always talk about going to a spot and it seems like that's where it keeps getting you, is that the only spot you can go to, or do you have other spots you could possibly go to? Because if I was having backlight problems all the time, that's why I got different spots. Like the spot where I mainly go to on the Hinckley, if I go a little further down the track, I can go to the other side. That way like if I want to catch a train in the morning there, I go to the east side of the track. And then the spot where up on the hill that I do a lot, that's on the west side of the track. So if you can find yourself a spot where you could go to either or and it would still look good, if you can, you should. Because then you won't have backlight problems. Because backlight, when you got that problem in photography, it's not a good thing. And it's very hard, once you get a picture that has a backlight issue, it's really hard to fix that. Because yes, you can brighten it, but then it's gonna look fuzzy, it's gonna look grainy, it's gonna look just not natural. I'm hoping the sun goes under a cloud when the train comes, but with my luck, probably not. I have other spots. It's just when the sun isn't backlit, the shots are super cool where I am. I get that. But sometimes, done it more often than not, sometimes you gotta sacrifice the super cool shot to get a decent one at all. And if you know that that super cool spot's not gonna work during a certain time, then if you're gonna go get a train, you plan that train. Basically, if you got different spots, you say this spot is only for this time of day. And if you want a super special picture of a train, well then go find yourself 2 different spots that are really cool and that will cover you for morning and afternoon. That's the best advice that I could tell you. That's why I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. I got like 5 different spots, and one of the spots that I do a lot of my train videos for is perfect for afternoons. The other spots, the other one, south side of Cambridge, there's a nice curve there, so it's really good for if there's a northbound, but that only works in the afternoon. In the morning, not so much, because of where the sun is. So I know, okay, if I want a cool curve shot, it has to be a northbound in the afternoon. And I only go get special trains at that spot. And then I have a few other spots that are meant for any time of the day. I can go there in the morning, I can go there at night. It's not crazy special, but at least I know I can go catch a train there regardless of the time of day. And it won't have a backlight issue. That's why very, very rarely do I get train pictures with backlight issues, because you want to kind of pre-plan that stuff out and always have like whether it be you have a physical list or you have a map, or I just got a mental note. Okay, here's the spots I go to. The only time I ever have backlit issues is when I go to a new location, like out of state or something that I've never been to before, and I really don't know the area very well, and I don't know if I can go to one side of the track or not, then I might have backlight issues because I just don't know how that area works. Never been there before. Parkville, Missouri. I know that place pretty well. And I know you want to get good shots, go there in the afternoon. In the morning, not the best time, because even in the morning, you got to go to a different side of the track, but then you got all these buildings in the way, it looks really bad. Go to Parkville in the afternoon. You go to Parkville in the afternoon, it looks a whole lot better. Not a bad idea. Oh, welp. I've done it before. Done that with my camcorder a couple times because I left it at home charging it. Done that with the DSLR because I left it on the kitchen table because I was taking pictures off of it and got up really fast. I'm like, oh, train's coming, gotta go. And then I forget to grab the stupid thing. It happens. But thank goodness, you got your camcorder, you got your cell phone, you're still covered. You'll still get shots of it, just take screenshots. Or, if you have your camcorder with you, and since you don't have your DSLR with you, use your camcorder to take the video, and then just take pictures with your cell phone when it goes by. You won't be able to do any like zoom shots, but at least you can still get a good like wider angle of the train. Which that don't look half bad either. You know.
BNSF West House Dispatcher, UPB and over. Say 22579, correct, over. You do identify, over. Permission to change GTB number 22579, and now read to UP 4249, 4249, over. That is correct, over. Roger that, I'll get the switch tender and get the drill in time, get you guys going, over. Get it, drop the drill there, West Hump. Roger, get it, drop the drill, thank you, over. Yep, UPBN, R9, are your lead, see you later.
It's funny, the moment that sun goes away, it's like, oh, it starts to feel a lot cooler out. Sun's behind a cloud right now and it's about to drop down behind the tree line. CPBN also runs on the St. Paul sub. Hold on, BRB. Okay. Yeah, they were changing their GTB. I think is what they changed it to. Changed it. Ugh, I cannot speak. Yeah, BNCP, yep. What, did he... Oh, CPBN. Yeah, okay, I didn't see he had a flip-flopped. Okay, Daniel, really quick, I just want to say, I'm very impressed. Have you been literally basically watching this stream almost the entire time? Like how long have I been live for? 4 hours almost or whatever? Or over 4 hours at this point? Yeah. You know, if nothing happens soon, I don't know. See how long we'll keep doing this for. You've been in the background while I was watching the Gopher game, and now the Blue Bombers Raiders game is on and off. Yes. Wowzers. That's impressive. It's really impressive. Say what now? Casey. Yeah, I was gonna. Okay, all right. You got me confused there. Okay, Northtown KCK passed you. It had 10 locomotives and a KCS C-44. Nice. Northtown has a lot of power coming in and out of it lately. Man, you got lucky with that one. 10 locomotives on that?
Right back there, Tony. Is that all right? Yeah, that works.
Yeah, if that's the one that stands out, then everything else must have just been regular BNS stuff. If there was like a Mac on there, or a fake bonnet, war bonnet, H1. Well, H1, it might have stood, well, H1 would have stood out. So everything else must have just been either Givos, SD75s maybe one or two of those mixed in. Hey, unless you want a KCS, that's up to you. Yeah, there's been 5 of them. The first one was a grain train. Then there was a merchandise, another merchandise. Then there was a Q. The Q was pretty interesting. And then there was a U one that went by with all Canadian Pacific power on it. And the Q before that one had a BNSF, 2 Canadian Pacific, some intermobile, and then a big chunk of auto racks. And in that big chunk of auto racks was a big chunk of brand new auto racks, nice and shiny. You can even hear it as the wheels were going down. So yeah, I caught a lot of BNSF locomotives between all the trains, and a lot of CP. Between just the Q and that U train that went by, that's 5 Canadian Pacific locomotives. Because there were 2 on the Q and 3 on that U. And currently, there's nothing else right now. So, I don't know. We'll see how much longer I stick around here for. It's a good chance for everybody to hang out, I guess, right? Trains or not. Look at that. Half as many. Got 11 views, 22 likes. If I wouldn't known that, I would have titled this stream half and half. That's exactly half. It's been really cool that the likes have stayed higher than the views. The views were only higher than the likes for like maybe not even the first 10, 15 minutes. And then I said something about liking or whatever, and then after that, the views couldn't keep up. What'd you say? I've gotten plenty of Southern Bells, including those SD70 Max, bowling ballast train. But one of those are the different ATM. Can't remember which one I saw. One, saw a photo earlier. Okay. I like SD70 Max. I love those. Is it an SD70M that leads the UP, the 4000 series, and part of the 5000 series? That's the SD70M, right? I love those when UP has those lead their trains. They do that quite a bit up the Hinckley. Is that the SD70? Is it SD70 or SD60? I think it's SD70, right? They're like most of the UP 4000 series and a part of the UP 5000, like half of the UP 5000. Maybe it is SD60. Dang it, I know it's either 60 or 70. Is that what the UPs are? SD70M? Because it says on the side of the locomotive, it says SD, and then I think it's 70, and then M. is what they have on there. And I'm assuming the M stands for Mac. Even though on the BNSF, they always say Mac on them. So that's why I've always wondered, on the UP, when it just says SD, I think it's 70M, is that just a Mac? And they just don't put the AC on there? Okay, so it is SD70M. Is the M Mac or not? All right, you tell me, and then we're gonna end this because the sun's going away. It's not looking the best. So I guess while I wait, I'm gonna put this away while I... Yeah, gray ghosts are nice. Oh, M is Mac, okay. All right, we're gonna end this here. I'm not gonna keep waiting around. It doesn't sound promising, so you all have a good night. Thank you very, very much for watching. Catch you in the next one. God bless. Okay, now how do I end this?